Okay. I think I got everything set up. I'm gonna see if I can turn up just the volume a little bit. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Cool. It's working. Hope y'all are doing good. All the VOD watchers. Let's see. I'm at 78%. I forget which level we left off on. Cliffhanger. Yeah, we'll start Cliffhanger. So yeah, today, main goal is just to finish the game 100% with this totally normal Let's Play that I'm doing. Totally normal, nothing wrong. And then if I finish that early, I may do some time trial stuff, but I have a strong feeling I'm not going to finish it early. Because one of the things that's missing is dark chocolate. And I really struggled with that the first time. And doing the time trial for it is going to be interesting, to say the least. I think this level is also going to be pretty hard. Because the timer on it is really tight. This might be the tightest timer in the game, I don't know. It's definitely up there. But we'll get through it. I may swap around on this level, because I don't know if this is a great starting level, because I'm not really warmed up yet. But I'll give it some attempts at least. Yeah, this waterfall section is pretty blind just because the shadow blends in so well. I don't think that'll be a huge issue. I think the biggest issue is going to be the bouncing off the enemies up here. If I can even get to that point. Ooh, yeah, that is going to be hard. Maybe I come back to this one, actually. Because I feel like that's probably going to be one of the hardest levels. Definitely going to get warmed up before that point. don't think this level will be bad. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would be too bad. If I can hold a straight line, that is. Yeah, I can't really think of any spot. I know the bridge section's gonna be pretty tough, but actually the bridge section is gonna be pretty hard because there's not much ground to see the shadow. Well, maybe not, because this section isn't too bad. I don't know. It's not too bad. I think I was in like a falling state there, but I don't know. I may have just been on the very edge of the platform. Sometimes when you jump on platforms in this game, it looks like you're still falling. And it's like you haven't landed yet. And when that happens, you start gaining speed. Like downward speed. And eventually you'll clip through the platform if you don't like get in a standing position. I don't think that's what happened, but I don't know. It's just weird I didn't see the shadow. There, I didn't see it there either, so maybe I was just on the edge of the platform. Yeah, I was just on the edge. That must have been it. No. I lost track of myself. Hey, how's it going? Well, I know how it's going, but glad you could pop in here. Right now, we're continuing the totally legit and normal and nothing weird playthrough that I've been doing. Still haven't beat any levels. I just kind of skipped Cliffhanger from last time because I didn't want to start on Cliffhanger. I think that one's going to be like one of the hardest behind, what is it? The Dark Chocolate? It's going to be a toughie. So for now, just on Stone Cold, which I don't think will be nearly as bad. I've already got pretty far into it. Oh, you're not getting any audio? Oh, you're not getting any audio? I'm hearing it on my end. Oh, you're not getting any audio? Huh. Well, hopefully he can get that sorted out. Weird. Really weird. I wonder why that happened. Huh. I'll have to look into that. I don't know if that's a Twitch thing or if that's like just something I did with the settings. Because I increased a lot of like the bit rate and all that. But it says I have 0 drop frames, so I have no idea. I'm just gonna assume it's a weird Twitch thing and not worry about it for now. But yeah, we're on Stone Cold right now. I haven't beat Cliffhanger. I just kind of skipped it. Mostly because I think it's going to be the second hardest behind Dark Chocolate. So I didn't really want to start with the second hardest level. I just kind of want to get a warm-up. So we're on this level, which is hard because, you know, we're late in the game. But it's not... I don't think it's going to be that hard. I already got pretty far into it. Basically to like the last climbing section, where there was the pinwheel. I got to that pinwheel and missed that jump, so already got like 80% of the way there in just a few minutes, so not nearly as bad as Cliffhanger. I thought maybe this level would be hard, but surprisingly, I don't know, the muscle memory is carrying me. I was really expecting the bridge part to be like a lot harder than it is. And maybe I'm just jinxing myself and I got lucky the first time, but I don't know. Yeah, yeah, see? Ah, maybe I shouldn't try to go for that. Actually, I don't know if I need to or not, because I don't know how tight the timer is on this level. I may give it a go without trying to skip that bell cycle and then just see if it's too slow. I don't know. I don't know how hard it is to skip that bell cycle. I might also try using the new controller I got. Unfortunately, it has drift on it, so I need to like disassemble it and get the dust out of it. But sometimes it just doesn't have drift, sometimes it does. It was definitely in storage for a while before they sent it. It just needs a good cleaning. Haven't got around to it. But it does have those notches, which is the big reason why I'd skip, because 2D level really helps if you can like hold straight directions. And this controller is really bad about holding straight directions. It is so smooth, it is like impossible to hold a straight direction. It's great if you want to like spin your control stick around though. But 2D sections, not that great on. But I'm going to stick with it for now because I don't want to deal with the headache of trying to make it not have drift, because it's hit or miss. Maybe if we get a few attempts in, I'll try to swap over and use it. I would try D-pad, but I really hate using D-pad. It's just, you don't have as much control with how fast you're moving, and it's just, it bothers me. No. So there's 2 bells at the very end of the level. Those might be a problem, because I'm probably gonna have to do the slow strat for that. Which is where you have to wait for them to like swing once, and then you wait for them to swing once again. And if I do that, and go slow on the other bell that I died on, it might not be enough time. Like it might be too fast, or it might be too slow for the time that I need to hit. But I don't know. I don't know how tight this timer is. So I think I'll just try to get in a run with the slower method and just kind of go from there. Yeah, too slow. Yep. I felt that like a second before I died. I was like, I'm going a little slow here. Hey, Gillerstorm, how you doing? You enjoying some lunch? Whew. Good. I just had lunch before I started streaming. Had a nice turkey sandwich. Yeah, let me know if the audio cuts out again, because Kink, he had like an audio issue where there was just none. And I don't know if that's a Twitch thing or if that's a me thing. Wait, and go. Oh, this is definitely not going to get a time, but... Well, maybe if I go for bell skip. Okay. Nope. Okay. Worth a try. Oh, I could have made it if I just slowed down. That's not a tight timer at all. Well, at least it's good to know the timer is not tight. So that makes life a little bit easier with some of these cycles. Because that bell in like the section where you're... Oh, okay. Well, the timer's not tight, so I'll just keep going. But yeah, that bell in the section where you're ascending is really inconvenient unless you're like pretty spot on with your jumps, which is kind of hard to be whenever you're invisible. So, yeah, see this bell? Oh, well, that's fine. But yeah, that one bell in the Rising 2D section is normally not that hard to get past, but if you like stumble against the steps a little bit, it'll slow you down enough to where it'll hit you. And that is really hard not to do when you're invisible, so I'm glad the timer is generous. Okay, I didn't think I was gonna make that. No. Sometimes I just like lose track of myself and die, like right there. But other times I can like feel the death coming before it even happens. Not all the time, but sometimes it's just like I know I have pressed the wrong input. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh yeah, the fact that I'm getting like anywhere in this level is already like, you know, really impressive. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm gonna toot my own horn. But yeah, sometimes I like fumble and I can like feel ahead of time like, I'm gonna die very soon. Whew. Okay, I fumbled a little, but time is not tight at all, so I should be fine. Easy. Easy peasy. I think I still had like 10 seconds left. Let me just check. That's not the right thing. Yeah, I still had 10 seconds left. That is surprisingly lenient compared to like a lot of the levels in this game. I don't actually know like the proper speedrun route for this level. I just never learned it. I know the second half is super easy because you just like hold up or hold down the whole time. But not for the corn section. And I forget, is this? I don't know if this one's tied either. Yeah, I think getting past some of these cows is going to be kind of rough. Just because it's hard to tell where you're at, and it's really position based when you're trying to jump over them. Okay, I thought I got grabbed. And in theory, this section shouldn't be too bad. I don't think I'll get it first try, but in theory, yeah, there we go. But in theory, it shouldn't be too bad. Only thing I'm worried about is the time, because I'm a little slow going through here. Especially like right there, I could have gone faster with that second cow. Well, you saw, I like in the first time I went through this level, not time trial, I got it in like very few deaths, so. I don't want to understate how hard this is. I just, it's from past experience, I don't think this will take too long compared to the other levels. No. I got halfway through it though. Yeah, I should be fine on time, I think. You can't go through this section that much faster. I don't have Twitch Plus or whatever, whatever uses that emote. Unless you're just saying that. Yeah, no, I'm a normie. I'm just gonna imagine it's the bird that like chuckles at the camera and then pulls out a gun. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think if I do that route, then If I keep doing the same route I just did on the corn section, I think I'll be fine. Minus that last part, but I think it's fine. Probably. Maybe. You can see me trying to hold a straight direction. It's so hard. I just gotta remember sigil. It's a little bit harder because I don't... my character is not where the shadow is. It's like slightly wider. Oh. Slow down. Yeah, no, that section, whenever you spawn in those moving platforms, you have to go like straight down and you can't stop or else you'll like miss your bus basically. So I got it on the second cycle, but even the second cycle, like the eyes catch up with you. It's not too bad. I just need to remember to like not slow down. Usually I do like short hops to avoid those wires on the floor. But short hops aren't as safe because it's really hard to do short hops consistently, and I can't really tell if I've done a short hop or not. Because like I can only tell when I land. I can't tell if the jump I did was short or not. If you're playing though, you can just see that your height is less than normal. Oof. No. Okay. Okay, I just need to do what I normally do, which is short hops, holding down, not swerving to slow down. Just trust that they're always short hops. No, why'd I go through the center? I should have gone on the sides. I got into a groove. this is a little slow, but it's probably fine. Maybe. Okay. Short hops. Trust that they'll work. And go to the left and you get to the wires. Okay, that scared me. Whew! No, not enough time. Ah. 0.26 seconds. Or was it point? Yeah, 0.26. It's fine. I can do it. I just need to do this section good. I was pretty slow last time. Oh, hey, Goylin. Have you played this game anymore? I know you got the Haunted Lodge last time I watched. Yeah, with those two boosts, I think I'll be plenty fast enough. Yeah, it's fair. No, I wasn't talking to you, killer. But yeah, that's totally fair. You've got to the part of the game where it's just like, it doesn't like you anymore. I don't think this game is ever like it's never fully unfair. It just ramps up the difficulty to a level where like most people would not enjoy it. Like it's definitely fun, but it's only for like a certain type of person. Because whew, especially the tower. That was the one that like that was the hardest one for me to get through. Oh, that's totally fair. But you have gotten into the section of pain and suffering, as I'll put it. You know, I've never actually played Crash. I will probably stream Crash eventually, but never played it. Like any of the games. So, I don't know. It's weird that I like this game so much, and I've just never played a Crash game ever. I picked this up because, like, I saw it on... There was, like, a 3D indie game, sort of like a Nintendo Direct, but obviously not Nintendo branded. But that sort of thing, but specifically for 3D games. And I saw this, and I saw the trailer, and it looked neat, and I was like, ooh. And then, like, maybe a year or like half a year later, I picked it up and actually played it, and went through it, 100% it. And to 100% this, you gotta like speed run it basically to get these time trials because they're very tight. No, why am I going through the center? But yeah, you need to basically speed run it just to get the time trials in some of these. So I already had the skill set. I like the game, so I was like, why not speedrun it? And I just kind of kept doing that. Yeah, honestly, like, you need the skills to speedrun it to beat the game 100%. So if you already have 100% of the game, you can speedrun it. Like you can very easily speedrun it if you've 100%ed it. Now your time will vary because, you know, even those later levels can easily rack up like a dozen deaths if you're playing through it in a speedrun, but even then, like, you can get a pretty decent time if you've just 100% the game and nothing else. Case in point, I'm still on this level because I was 0.26 seconds behind. Oh, really? What game do you speedrun? My mind immediately jumped to Lego Star Wars for some reason. I've just seen a lot of videos about that game. Hmm. I may have seen that game before. I've seen one, like, proper Jedi themed game all the way through, and I forget the name of it. So I may have seen at least one of those, but that's neat. No. Was that fast enough? If I get the second boost, it'll be fast enough. Okay. And the third one? I'm not gonna chance it. Yeah, they're the dev. That's fair. I'm not getting a good boost off that first cow, and I don't know why. Sorry. Ran out of air. I think this will be fast enough if I do good for the rest of the corn section, and I didn't. Okay, that was a good boost. That was also a good boost. That wasn't a boost, but I think that's fast enough. There's probably a way to get past that cow faster, but I do not know it off the top of my head. And it's kind of hard to experiment when you're invisible. Okay, that was a 44 on the timer. I think it was 45 last time I got the bronze. So I should be fine time-wise. I just have to not die. Easier said than done. Ah, jumping way too early on that. Maybe that's faster. We'll see if I hit 44 at the end of this. Okay, we won't see if it's 44. Ooh, that was a good boost. Oh, that's reset. No. No, go back. There we go. That was pretty slow. Well, didn't matter. I definitely feel like I'm getting less consistent at the corn section. But that may just be me trying to get a boost off of everything. And just kind of focusing on that. No, that's way too much time. Maybe okay. If it's 45 seconds when I hit the teleporter, then I'm just gonna reset. Well, mm. That was pretty fast. Okay. Kind of panicked on that part. Yeah, if I can get that past, if I can get past that cow, without stopping, I think that's my ticket to getting, like, fast enough in this first section every time. The issue is, I don't know how to do that while invisible, so it's kind of just luck. Yeah, I'll probably get a feel for it here in a second. Yeah, that was 4.5, so theoretically that should be fast enough to get through here. As long as I do what I did before. Ooh. No, I got a big jump instead of a short hop, and it just like completely made me mess up and fumble. See, I can adjust for those, but I have to like know in the air if I'm doing a short or big hop. And you can't really tell that while you're invisible. No. That was such a good run. It doesn't have to be a good run. It just has to be a good enough run. And that is not a good enough run. Oh, that was a 43. That was fantastic. Plenty of time on this. I started slowing down and I realized I couldn't. So I needed to keep going for that fast platform. Well. That wasn't good, and it didn't matter. No boost. Uh, I don't know. I think that might have been the same speed. I don't know. No boost. Boost. Maybe I should be trying to jump over it. That second cow. But I don't know. It's just, it's really, it's not something I've done before. And also I'm invisible. So, like, trying to learn it right now is maybe not the best idea, but it does save a good amount of time. But then again, I can, like, get through this section with enough. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's not as hard as I think it is. Or maybe I just got lucky. Because I thought this getting past the second cow. Oh, no boost. Okay, maybe that's like really easy and I'm overcomplicating it. Okay, that was really good. Very good. That is basically straight on 44. So we should be perfectly good on time if I can beat it. Just remember the short hop. Don't slow down. That section is so scary. No. I do wish there was like a counter for your lives on these levels. On the time trials, I mean. Because I would be very curious on how many attempts I've done of this. It's gotta be in the hundreds. Probably like 100, like 150 maybe, something in there. I don't know. Well, maybe not 100. I've only been streaming for like an hour. Maybe like 80. 44 should be good. Get another attempt at the chase. Just gotta remember to short hop. Don't slow down. Go to the left when it gets to the 4 wires. Come on. Okay. Whew. $47. Okay. So I still had a pretty good amount of time. I wonder where I got all that time in the chase. I must have been really slow the first time. It's funny. There's a thing for this level that you unlock if you play as the completely black skin, which is obviously pretty hard since the background is like totally black too. But this is way harder with the invisible skin, and you don't get it for doing it with the invisible skin. Which is also good because if you did get it for the invisible skin, then I would have to edit my save again because it automatically swaps your skin at the end of the level. And I don't technically have the invisible skin unlocked. I just like edited my save to give it to me. But since I've done this with the SMM skin, I think it's called, which is the full black one, I've got this level on lock compared to most of the other levels. Because you have to play blind anyway to get that skin, to get the Cybil skin. So, not expecting this one to take long at all. And that's sort of another reason why I'm doing like this invisible skin run. It's to build up my muscle memory. Because, I mean, you could see where you're going with the shadow, but for the most part, you're just playing blind. And that really helps with like building up muscle memory, so whenever I'm like deep into a run and freaking out, I can just kind of lean on the muscle memory to take over. I don't know how tight the timer is, but I know there's a skip that I can do that'll save like... Oh, I slipped off. There is a skip I can do that'll save like a second, but it's kind of precise to do quickly. So I don't know if... Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna save any time using it. So we'll see how the timer is, like, if it's close or not. I don't think it'll be close. It really just depends on how fast it takes for me to set up that trick. Basically in the 2D section, the second one after the checkpoint up here, there is 2 toasters that are both red that are doing like loop-de-loops next to each other. And that section of the level is not like true 2D. Like you can still wiggle up and down. And because of that, you can stand just on the edge of these pipes, and you'll just won't run into the toasters at all. The problem being standing on the edge of the pipes without falling off, and doing that quickly while invisible. I actually use the shadow to set that up normally, so maybe it won't be any harder than normal. Yeah, I didn't want to like, you know, because I know you were struggling with that part, but I didn't want to completely just backseat. But you can just kind of go around those toasters. Like if you just stand on the edge of the pipe and just hold like right, you just go around them. Uh, I'll give it a few tries. If I can't actually get it on the winning run, I'll swap to a save where you can see me and show it off. But I'm glad you made your way through it without doing that. Although it would have been really hype if you had found it by accident. I was thinking about that. If you had like experimented around, you might have actually found that. But yeah, I'm glad you got your way through it though. That's always the thing with this game. I don't ever get frustrated watching people play this because I know this game is like hard. So I know like hundreds of deaths are inevitable. But I do get to the point where like I'm watching someone and they're doing something, and I'm like, I know a way to do this that's easier, but I don't want to backseat because I'm real bad about that. I'm much worse about it in real life. Uh, when I'm like online, I can like take a second to think because I have to type it out and it gives me like reflection. In real life, I'll just like blurt it out sometimes. Uh, but yeah, I don't. I'm don't. I think it'll be easy question mark to do the setup while invisible because of again I use the shadow pretty much exclusively to line that up. Um, Basically you have to have your shadow like almost completely off of the pipe to where it's just barely still on it. I don't really use the player model at all, so in theory it should be just as easy to do invisible, but I won't know until I actually get up here and try it out. So, fun fact about this level. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I know some people mind though. That's sort of like why I try to like keep my mouth shut. And I know it can be annoying if like someone comes into your chat that you don't really know and they're just telling you what to do. But I'll keep that in mind if I catch your stream coming up. But yeah, fun fact about this level. When it first got made, if I remember right, I hadn't actually found this game at that point, but I have seen old videos. And this level, the pipes on this level, like the slanted parts, used to not be slippery. Like you could just stand on this part here, and you could just walk around it normally. And the reason why that's significant is because, for the most part, like all the sides of the pipes are like that, except for these elbows that are on the edges of the pipes. And I know that trips some people up, because you expect the whole side of the pipe to be slippery, and for the most part it is. It's just these like right elbows that aren't slippery, and that's because they used to be none of them were. I assume. I don't know. But yeah, like right there, you saw me like stand on that slanted part. It's just one of those things. Like, I don't know, little trivia facts about this game. I love the little intricacies of this game. That's why I love speedrunning it, finding like tricks and stuff. Ooh, speaking of tricks, I could show off the trick in Hell's Bells if I get to it. I'm not gonna show that off invisible because I can barely do it without being invisible, but that's gotta be like my favorite trick in this game. I'll show that off after this level actually. Yeah, some people are like really against backseaters, which I fully understand. Like, if you're on stream, sometimes you're just trying to experience a game for the first time, and you don't really want chat to like ruin that experience. You just kind of want to share your experience with them, not the other way around. Uh, I know, especially in like puzzle games, which that makes sense. But in games like this, where it's like platforming, uh, there's some puzzle aspect to it, trying to figure out what to do, where to go. But for the most part, it's mostly execution. So I understand why people might not want you to backseat in this game, but I also understand why other people would like want the help. It just depends on how you look at the game. Like, if you want to figure out how to do a section, then I understand. But if you just want to win, I also understand, because two very separate parts of this game. Like, the routing is very different from execution. Okay. Didn't know if I was gonna make that. Okay, here comes the section. Okay. No. But yeah, you see, you just barely get on like the edge of the pipe and just kind of walk past those. Yeah, it just really depends on the person. Like, some people value different parts of the game differently. But I understand both sides of the argument. It's just I like to backseat if people are like struggling to do something hard and they're doing it in a way that's like harder than it has to be. So I'm like, I know you're struggling, let me show you the way. And then also, I'm just not good at explaining how to do stuff sometimes, as you saw. So, okay. That cube is always pretty tight. Okay. I gotta swap to D-pad for that. Please be fast enough. Okay. Easy peasy. I forget what the actual like gold is on this. Oh, 105. That's easy. Yeah, I guess the gold is assuming that you go down the steps, but you can just jump off at that pipe. It looks scary, but it's pretty consistent. I wouldn't recommend doing it if you're. It's probably easy enough you could do it with it if you're just going for gold and not speedrunning. It's not too bad. It's a little bit of a blind jump, but you do it enough times to you just kind of get it down. Let's see. Still haven't done Cliffhanger down here. And I think that's the only one that I've done out of order. And then, yeah. Do I want to keep doing it in order? I think I'll keep doing it in order. I already got Pearl from the first stream, so on to Gruesome Grotto. I don't know how hard this one's gonna be. I know there's a lot of sections where you jump over things, which might be tough. It really just depends on how hard my muscle memory carries me. Because until, like, the 2D section up here with the pink crystals overhead, it probably won't be that hard. I think that section and then that section and then the section where there's 2 rows of blue crystals are gonna be tough. But the rest of this level should be fairly free by comparison. Oh yeah, another thing is the time. I don't know, 113. I don't know how tight the timer is. I know the general trend is that the earlier the level in the world, the tighter the timer is. But that's not always the case. Like, Cliffhanger is probably the tightest timer in the game. That's really only like standout one. But yeah. Because if this level is tighter, I could see it being a problem, maybe. Especially on the pink section, the 2D section up here. I don't know if I can do the right side on that. No. Hate breaking that crystal. I want to try to at least get through all but 4 levels. Dark Chocolate and Cliffhanger are going to be the last 2. And then the final boss is going to be... I don't know if it's going to be hard as the others, but it's going to be pretty long. And then... What was the other one I was worried about? So maybe we'll get down to 3. That'll be my goal at least. I'll probably keep going beyond that if I'm still feeling it. But at a minimum, I want to try to get down to just 3 time trials. And who knows, maybe I'll like blast through some of these. Ah. No. I tried to pull back. You can see me like slow down. Why'd I go for right side? No. Ah, that is hard. I had no idea where I am. That could be a problem. Ah, forgot to slap. part right there. The ground is just so dark. Makes it really hard to keep track of where the shadow is. Not completely impossible, but it is quite difficult. See, like right there I was able to. Slow down, please speed up. Okay. Oh. I wonder how close I was on that. Oh, I wasn't even close. Never mind. Whew. Glad I got that one out of the way. That was annoying me more than any level for... I have no idea why. Whew. Got silent there at the end because I was just trying to get through it. I guess it's just because it was so dark, it was just bothering me. Yeah, we got a few levels left. I'm gonna make a slight detour here. Show you guys something in case you've never seen this before. This is my regular save file here. Yeah, if we go over to... where is it? Oh, sorry. 1 second. Sorry about that. as I was saying, I was gonna show off that skip in this level that I found pretty recently. And I just really love that this is possible, because it's definitely the most janky skip in this game. It'll probably take me a few tries to get it, but the idea is you're gonna skip this windmill up here by, like, weaving in between the spike. Yeah, there we go. You'll do fine with it. It's really hard. I have to admit, this first jump here is really hard. Like this is probably the most like frustrating thing is this first jump, because you basically have to do like one of the short hops. And in this game, to do a short hop, you have to press the button very, very, very fast. I think it's like 1/10 of a second. You have to do it faster than that to do a short hop. So it can be pretty hard to do consistently. And it's right at the start, so you just like die over and over trying to do that short hop. But it'll be a grind, but you can definitely do it. This level is really nice for speedrunning because it's the most like cycle-based level. So everything lines up really nicely every time. If you do the same inputs. It's hard, I'll give it that, but you know, once you've done it a couple times, it's fairly consistent. This is the one part of this level. I don't know. I think this might need to be fixed. There's this like platform here that like it starts to crush you immediately whenever you spawn. This used to not be a thing, but like the dev changed the physics slightly at some point, and that kind of just messed up this checkpoint to where it starts crushing you. And I don't know why it did that, but I don't know. It's really buggy looking. Yeah, there's gonna be, this is probably the most what do I do here level in the game. Because like execution wise, it's like as long as you're doing generally the same inputs every time, it's pretty like consistent. I say that as I die, but you know, ignore me. But once you know like what you're doing, it's generally not too bad compared to the rest of like the late game levels. It's just sometimes what you're supposed to do isn't super obvious. But yeah, we'll get back to doing the actual like 100%. Let's see. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 for cliffhanger. I could have just, yeah, there we go. So do I want to do Haunted Mansion, House Bells, or the Tower? Oh, we'll do House Bells. I was already on it. Actually, well, I'll go in order. I think that make it easier, or not easier, but I think this level will be easier than House Bells. Just because, I don't know, I haven't really paid attention to Hell's Bells to where the camera's angled, but if it's angled upward and I can't see the shadow, then it's gonna be very painful. This one at least, like, the camera's always facing the ground, so I can at least see where I'm going. Yeah, this is definitely one of the longer ones. That's on me. I don't think this one would be too bad either. The only thing I could see being really difficult is the chase sequence. There might be something that trips me up. I'm trying to think. There's a section towards the end where there's 3 of these like pentagram platforms spinning in a circle. That might be hard to jump between, but at the same time, I don't think this level will be too bad. But definitely Hell's Bells could have some issues if I can't see where the shadow is. Oh, and this jump might be hard. Just kidding. Ah. If I didn't panic at the end, I would have got it. Wait, what did you see in the speedrun? No. Oh yeah, those. It's really just the first jump that's hard. Like, getting to land on that first vampire and then slapping the bat without hitting the vampire that you're jumping off of. That's really the hard part. The other 2 are just kind of free. And if you're talking about the 3 in the chase, I just kind of like run and jump at them and slap. Because the... see? Like right there. Yeah, if you're talking about the vampires in the chase sequence, those are not too bad, because if you jump and then slap, you have like 2 slap hitboxes. Oh, I just didn't go. Yeah, you have 2 slap hitboxes, one on top, one on below. And if only the bottom one hits an enemy, then it kills them, no matter what. The top one, you will die if you hit a flying enemy, which is the vultures and then these bats, or these vampires. The bats are fine, but the vampires and the vultures, if you slap them with the top hitbox, then you die. If you hit them with just the bottom one, then you live. So I just like run at them, jump, and then slap, and I don't care which one they are, because that'll kill them either way. Okay. This was always a weird section to me, because it's like the only time in the game you have to wait. And it's like a very short wait, and you're doing something during it, but it's like really the only time you're just sitting there waiting on something. No. I may have to slow down there. I don't know if I can make it though if I slow down. What you're supposed to do in that section is there's 3 square platforms and you're supposed to jump on the right one, then the left one, then the right one. But you can make it from the first right one to the second right one without having to go in the middle platform. It's just very tight to do that, and if you don't do that, then you slow down a pretty good amount. And I don't think the timer's really concerned, it's just the skull that's chasing you is pretty fast, and if you slow down too much, it'll catch you. Now normally, if you're playing like with a visible skin, you could just do that and you would have plenty of time to just keep going from there. But because I'm invisible, I'm also going to have to slow down on the rotating platforms right afterwards. So it really depends on how fast I can do the rotating platforms as to whether I have to do the really hard jump there. I'm going to try without it. I tried it that time and I missed it. So it may just be like too tight for me to get without being able to see where I am exactly. But if I have to do it, it'll just be trial and error. No, okay. So I need to go right, left, right, and then instead of going left again, like I normally do, I gotta go right. Because I'm a little too slow to catch that moving platform. Yeah, I started jumping too early on that section. Or jumping too late. Uh, started jumping too late and I couldn't slap in time. just fast enough. But do I get the gold? I do. Let's see, what was the time for that one? 56. Pretty close, but still got enough time. Let's see, we could do Hell's Bells, we could do Dark Chocolate, the Tower, or Nutmeg, Cliffhanger. Yeah, I said I'd do Hell's Bells next. I will not be doing the hard skip on this. As fun as that would be. Because I can barely get it when I can see. I don't know how hard this level is gonna be at the very end, but at least this section, or everything up until this point, is fairly consistent. Oh, I forgot, I gotta slow down. Yeah, you must have watched it, because no one else uses that trick, because it was like pretty recent and no one has like run this level since. So, unless someone I don't know has done it, you definitely watched my video. I really do want to see other people do it though, because I've got semi-consistent with it, but I'm curious if someone could find like a better way to do it. Because what I do is I just kind of like wedge myself in that spot up there, and then I just start spamming jump. And it kind of works out like most of the time, but sometimes it'll like eject me in the wrong direction, and then I just won't get it. So it feels random, but it probably isn't, and there's probably a way you could do it consistently. I just haven't played around with it enough. But yeah, what I kind of do is there's that windmill and then there's the spike, and you can't stand on the platform because the whole platform gets covered by the spike. But there's just enough like wiggle room to where you can like jump outward and then jump back in. And by the time you come back in, there's like a ledge that doesn't have spike covering it. And from that point, once you actually land it, I just start spamming jump. When I found it, I was like pause buffering and doing a bunch of crazy inputs. So I was kind of worried it was going to be like not possible for humans, but once you actually get the jump back onto the platform, it's not bad. Because you just spam jump at that point. It's just getting that jump back on the platform that's hard. Ooh, this section. Ooh, there is a section on this that's gonna be hard. There's a section with snow bumps that are moving, and you have to bounce across them. That's gonna be tough. I hope my shadow shows up on that part. I don't know if it does or not. It doesn't. Oh, it does. Okay. Ah, but it's so tiny. Ah, that's gonna be so hard. No, yeah. The what happens on the windmill part is you basically jump to the left just to like avoid the spike, and then you jump back to the right while you're still in the air to land back on the platform. And the trick would be basically free if you could stand on the platform the whole time, but it just gets completely covered by the spike. So you have to do like a weird, funky, like turnaround jump just to land on it again. And then once you land on it, the platform above you starts squishing you, and there isn't like a proper like squishing. Like you don't die from being squished in this game. I know there's like cows and cars that like kill you by squishing you, quote unquote, but they don't like actually push two objects together. Um, there's nothing that like stops that from happening. So what it does is it just ejects you in one direction because you're being squished. And it just so happens that if you're standing on the left side of the platform, it'll usually eject you to the left, and then you can just kind of jump up from there. Yeah, there's one other part of this level where you can sort of like get around the spikes on the walls and go into funky places. The other one is not useful at all. There's like a windmill towards the end where there's two spikes above you, and there's a gap between them that's like the size of Sybil. And there's nothing up there, so you can't do anything. But you can sort of just like get up there and chill. Which is kind of funny. Oh, if you don't care about like spoilers and stuff, um, do you know about the platforms at the end of this level and Dark Chocolate? Because the last section of this and Dark Chocolate, you can make shorter if you have certain tokens. So you may want to do that if you if you're just going for just beating the game. Oh, that was really slow. No, that's fair. That's totally fair. Sorry about that. I'm doing the setup for the hard trick I needed to... Yeah, forget I said anything. These are totally normal levels that have nothing going on. Ah, I can't see at all on that platform. That's so bad. Oh yeah, I guess you could still see that spot. You just have to go through here in time trial mode and go to that spot. Huh. I didn't really think about that. Ah. Yep, prepping for the blindfolded run coming up next Tuesday. Yeah, Kink, you should take that same text that you put in that one level, uh, the one for the SSM skin, and you should just like put something with that same kind of like text right behind her. I don't know what you put on it, but I think that'd be funny. Toughest level has absolutely been Dark Chocolate. I am dreading doing the time trial for that level. Uh, it it was like I think it was like double the number of deaths of the second easiest or the second hardest. It's just there's so many jumps where you can't see your shadow at all. Because there's a lot of jumps with enemies and they don't have any shadow. Especially those three vultures that you have to do like a left, right, middle jump off of. Uh, that took a lot of deaths to get through because that is fully you just gotta feel it out. Uh, and it also hurts because the camera doesn't really follow you left to right in that level. It's just stationary, so you can't even use like the position of things around you to figure out where you are. You just have to straight up just kind of have that muscle memory. And then this level is gonna be that one jump that the one jump on this level where you can't see where you are is gonna be tough. Honestly, not as bad as I thought it was. I was worried there was gonna be a lot of sections in this level where you couldn't see your shadow at all because of the camera angle. But really, it's just one platform. It's a terrible platform, but it is just one. Also, Cliffhanger. The doing Cliffhanger normally was not bad, but doing it in time trial is gonna be terrible. Because there's a lot of enemy jumps you gotta do, and also the timer on that is like super tight. So I have to I can't do any of the like safe strats that you would do, because I can't exactly tell where I am at all times. So that one's gonna take me a while. Um, the tower we haven't done yet. That one, I think it'll be fine? Question mark. It'll definitely take me a while, but I don't think it'll be any harder than like this level. I could be wrong. I'm trying to think about it. I don't. It's so hard for me to think about like what parts of this game can you not see your shadow? Because that's really what it comes down to. Because if you couldn't see your shadow, this would be like 20 times harder. Wood pegs are actually not that bad, because the shadow shows up like pretty much on the entire hitbox. What is not good is the cloud platforms. Though, like the shadow kind of phases into them, so like when you're standing on it, really you can't see your shadow for the most part. But the pegs just kind of work out, thankfully, which is good, because they definitely could have been a problem. But at least from everything so far, the pegs are pretty good with, you know, showing where you are. No, they're not in the tower. I was just talking about just in general. Another hard one is these like snow bumps in this level, but they're this level you can like kind of like it's so cycle based that everything is pretty down to a science where you go. Which by that I mean that as long as I don't die, I know pretty much exactly where I am, compared to other levels where if I don't die, I could be like in a range of places. So I can sort of muscle memory my way through it. I say that as I die. But yeah, basically the rounded platforms seem to have problems with keeping the shadow, like, visible. Which is not a problem, like, game-wise, it's just a problem for me doing this challenge. But I think we're past all of the cloud platforms. Except for, are there any? I don't know, there's not any in the tower. Yeah, I think I've got past all the cloud platforms, so we're good on that front. We're down to 5 time trials left at this point. I skipped Cliffhanger just because it was going to be annoying, and it was the first one I was going to do today. If I did them in order, I didn't want to do that. And then I also skipped Dark Chocolate. So we got those two, and we got this level. No. And then I got the tower and Nubik. Those are the 5 left. And we got all the tokens already, except for the ones we can't do, which is Nuclear Winter and the tower. And that's pretty much it. I don't think I'm gonna finish this today, though. Because I feel like the Dark Chocolate could easily take me like another 2 hours. If, unless I get super lucky on it. Same with Cliffhanger. I feel like that could also take me 2 hours easily. And Nutmeg, I'm kind of concerned about, just because it's so long. I mean, I could do the secret boss with the skin. Funnily enough, you can't actually get to the secret boss with the skin. Like, I would have to swap off of it and then back onto it at some point. I will not explain why, in case people don't know, but yeah, I would have to technically cheat a second time to get to there. I know someone has already done the final boss, or the secret boss with the invisible skin. That was really impressive when they did it. It's been a while since I've done that secret boss. If I'm feeling up for it, whenever I get done with the rest of the game, I might try it. I think the next thing I want to do after getting through this 100% run is I want to go through and try to get a good time for ground meat. Because no one's really done that yet. No one submitted a run yet. I was trying to route out the section with the boosts, and it's really hard to get like the max number. So I need to play around with it more to do some more routing. Ah, my throat. I need some water. Don't forget to hydrate. Honestly, the more I think about it, the secret boss might be easier than the time trial for dark chocolate. I'll have to do both to tell you, but I'm predicting that the time trial for dark chocolate is gonna be like the hardest part of this. Just because the lack of like visual indicators on that level is pretty bad. No. Yeah, the real like uh, the real hardest part of that is the section with the 3 vultures that you have to jump off of in sequence. Because you have to jump right, left, and then middle, and the camera doesn't pan at all, and you have no shadow, so you have to do those 3 jumps and then land on a small like pillar platform without having any indication as to like where you are. The last section was pretty hard, where you had to like slap and jump over like basically the last checkpoint. That was pretty hard, but thankfully we can skip that in the speedrun. Ah, yeah. That section is so hard when you can't see. It's really just that last snow bump, because you have to be a little fast to get onto it. And the others you can do pretty consistently if you just hold the direction, do the right number of bounces. But that last one you have to get like, you have to be kind of faster than you would normally be if you were just playing casually. And that makes it difficult to get consistent. And then right after that, you have the fully blind jump. Oh yeah, it is like it is crazy hard. That's why I think it might be harder than the secret boss, because with the secret boss, you always have ground below you, so you always know what position you're in. Um, so I think it might be harder than the secret boss. That being said, the secret boss is very hard, so I may be wrong. Yeah, it's not so much that invisible makes the secret boss like infinitely harder. It's that the secret boss is already really hard. Um, and Dark Chocolate, by comparison, isn't. I mean, it's hard, but if you're playing visibly, you can do it semi-consistent. Uh, but it's just the fact that invisible makes it so much harder. No, Oh, that's the thing with the boss. Because you always can see your shadow. Your spatial awareness doesn't have to be like that good. Like the only time you're not exactly where your shadow is when you jump. But if you've played the game all the way through, you have a pretty good idea of like how long the jump takes. Like just kind of feeling it out. I don't think it would be that much harder. I think it would be harder for sure, but just because you always know where you are, I think I don't know. It really depends. I'll play out both and I'll tell you. How's about that? Oh, I just thought of something. I hope you can see your shadow on the last phase of Nutmeg. Because if you can't, that's gonna be painful. I can't remember if we could or not. I think we could. I don't remember. I think I had the most problems with phase 1. Yeah, I love watching Silo. It's my favorite game. Yeah, you know those like piracy versions of games where like some sort of anti-piracy measure activates? It should just force you to be invisible the whole time. Like you beat the first 3 levels and starting the 4th it just like makes you invisible. That might be too mean even for this game. Yes, I love it. Just getting smaller constantly. Hmm. Okay. Please be fast enough. Okay. I had to double back because I missed the cycle. Oh. 89%. Okay, 4 more. We'll do the last one that I don't think will be too bad. I don't know, nutmeg may not be bad, it's just really long. That's mostly what I'm concerned about. I think you can see your shadow in the last section, if I remember right. If I'm remembering wrong, then that's gonna be painful, but... Oh yeah, this one is... yeah. You'll see. You'll see when you get to it. But, yeah, this was the level I spent the most time on the first time I played. I think it was like maybe 4 hours the first time I beat it. Maybe a little less. It was 3 or 4 hours. I was on a call with some friends and we were like going crazy by the end of it. Yeah, I am not gonna make it because I fell down, lost a lot of time, but this is good practice. No, it shows the like pink band when you slap. And you can use that to see where you are. And that would probably be smart. I'm just not doing that because my brain is not wired to do that. It would definitely make things easier if I was slapping more. But I'm just like, it's just not in my brain capacity to start doing that. I may start doing that on Dark Chocolate though, but at least on this level I don't need it. The other thing is, if you slap to see where you are and then you need to slap for real like a little bit later, it can mess you up because you're on a recharge. But like this section you could slap pretty freely. Am I fast enough? Come on! Come on! No, not fast enough. 13. Oh yeah, well, on Cliffhanger, the part that you need to like see where you are and it's tricky to figure out is the part when you're jumping on enemies. So it's not super helpful. It is helpful, but like that's the real issue, is just like the part where it would help most is when you're jumping on things that you would kill by slapping. It would definitely. I think I would start trying to slap in the last section when you're on the bouncy platform, the bouncy trees going upward, like right below Dottie. I think that section you would want to slap, but for the rest of the level, I don't think you could safely. I might try going around that boulder because you can do a thing like in Pipe Dream where you go around it. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I was worried about time on that one, but that was actually like super easy. Okay, 3 to go. God, nutmeg. I really need to find a better setup for nutmeg. Yeah, the tower has definitely been the quickest one today. Usually they're kind of slow. Oh, kind of slow. You know what I mean? Like usually it takes me a good dozen tries before I get it. So I'm glad tower didn't take too long. But yeah, I really need to like sit down some point and figure out like the actual best strategy to get through phase 1 of Nutmeg. Just because it is like the way I do it, it works up until the 4th part of the first phase, and then I have to do like a really awkward jump that gets me killed like half the time. I need to look at how other people do it, because the way I do it is just not safe. It works, it's just really, like, I should be doing it in a different way, because it's just very easy to die the way I do it. Oh yeah, this is funny, because you definitely, like, you can see what's coming up, but you have no idea how to do it, because I'm not here. That's kind of funny. It's like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a pig that shoots like a lightning ball at you, and what do you do to it? Question mark. It's the most spoiler-free way to watch this game. We got Lord Nut'em here. I'm not using the usual like strats I use. I should probably be doing that. Yeah, that jump off of that boar is what I need to start like figuring out how to not do that, because that's what I start doing, or that's what I do in my like 80% runs, and it is very dangerous. Ah. Oh yeah, Alt F4 definitely does make the game invisible. Sadly, it doesn't bring Sybil back though. You have to pay for the DLC to do that. I'm actually gonna go practice that part. Not the speed run. Oh, I had the slap glitch. I can't slap. It's happened again. I'm pressing the slap button and it's not working. I'm soft locked. Woo! Yippee! Yeah, I got the slap bug. I can't slap. That's funny. That's been a bit since I've actually got it. Well, hopefully my invisible playthrough will help you figure out what it does. You know, where you get the most information. No, the only one that times out is the, like, final phase of this fight. Because it's not technically, like, he's vulnerable, it's that he's setting up for an attack and you can hit him during it. But yeah, this one, he just, like, stays down forever until you hit him. I think watching my shadow is actually easier doing that jump off the board. Because I know exactly where I am, like, in relation to him. So I might, like, start looking at my shadow for that trick. Okay, so can I slow down here? I can, okay. And I can go right there. Oh, we got cloud platforms. Yeah, you can see just barely for half a second that, like, the shadow clips into them. Honestly, I think the rest of this chase is fine. It was just that first jump. And maybe that one. Hey, you're not supposed to look. You're supposed to assume there's no checkpoints. Yeah, I think I'll have time to stand there. I don't imagine the time on this is going to be super tight. Okay. I might as well practice the last one. Yeah, easy. Surprisingly, I haven't played Cuphead, but it is on my to playlist eventually. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I found a bug. the Huh. Let me try that again. I was just trying to quit out. I hit the wrong menu and it like started playing that sound effect again. Let me see if I can get that to happen. Hey, I'm working on it. I'm working on the 100% DK. It's taken a while. DK64 isn't bad. It's just really long. Yeah, that's so weird. Huh. Yeah, so if I like if I pause, there's no sound effect. But if I go into a different menu while paused, no. Okay, never mind. I'll stop messing around with that. That is weird. Yeah, same here, Goylin. Same here. It's kind of a mixed bag. I think my favorites have been Hat in Time was pretty good. I need to slap him early. My favorites is probably Hat in Time, obviously this game. Here Comes Nico was good. That one is very nice because it's a very casual 3D platformer. Um, like it is very baby game in a good way, like very chill. So, very contrasting to this game. I've tried let's see, what else have I tried? I tried Demon Turf. I actually 100%ed that game. It was okay. I think it was cool what it was doing. Um, it's just a lot of the game devolved into like a bunch of button combos to get the max height you can possibly get. Because there's a lot of like moves you can do in that game to gain height or like do different things. So it kind of like got to the point where it just felt like to beat every level I just had to like input the 10 button combination in order to beat it. And if I didn't, I just wouldn't beat it. And then also it just felt like there was a lot of cheese because of that. Because you can get these movement upgrades in that game and you can just like go way further than you normally could. And you can skip some sections. I don't know. It was an okay time. I would not 100% it again. I might play it. Well, I don't know. I might do it for stream. I would not 100% it again on my own time. But they also had like a shoot off of Demon Turf, which is like Neon something, which is sort of like DLC, but it's a different program. And that was pretty fun. That one's a lot shorter. Let's see. I've done Knight's Try with a K. That one was pretty interesting. It's more of a rage game. It's not. It's kind of a rage game. It's a little bit of a rage game. It's weird. There's like rage game moments in that game. Uh, it's a 3D platformer, um, and it's basically like sort of like getting over it in a way. You have this really long level you have to get through, uh, but you have like checkpoints and lives, but there's only like a few checkpoints in the whole game. Um, and if you want to get like the actual like achievements for it, you have to go through it with only like dying like less than 3 times per checkpoint. So it was fun, but I think there were some parts of it that were just unfair on purpose. And I think if those parts weren't there, I could say it wasn't a rage game, but because it has those parts, it's kind of a rage game, even though like 80% of it isn't. So it's kind of hit or miss for me. I think it's a cool game still, because it's like N64 style. But it's kind of hit or miss. Oh, yeah, I never really had like problems with Head in Time difficulty wise until I started doing the Death Wish stuff. I never beat all of the Death Wish stuff. I need to go back because I kind of cheesed the last Death Wish things because I used like workshop items to get it. I'd love to like go through that game 100% legit with no workshop items. I think that would be cool. I don't know. Sometimes it's nice to be a little bit easier. I say as I'm playing this, but it's fun to do like easy platform when it's like casual, not really up for like anything intense. Oh yeah, Astrobot's a new one. I forget what consoles that's on, but I don't have the. Is it PS4, 5, or is it Xbox? I don't know. I don't have PS. I don't have a PlayStation or Xbox, so. PS5, yeah. But I've heard it's good. I've heard it's basically like Mario Galaxy but PlayStation, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, Odyssey was a good time. That's another good one. Odyssey was good. There was definitely like they definitely put in too many moons post game. I think pretty much all of the moons before post game are fine. I just think that post game they just really wanted to up the number a lot, and there's just a lot of them that are just like in the middle of just standing out there, and you just have to walk into them post game. Ah, oh yeah, Sackboy is good too. I haven't played that either, but I've heard good things. Oh yeah, that's fair. I was of a different mind because I did darker side like towards the end of the game, so I was pretty ready for the game to end. Because some of those like darker side levels are not fun. I forget which one. I think Breakdown Road was the one that was like really frustrating for me. Of course, this was like when it came out, so if I went back and played it, it would probably not annoy me at all. because I've changed a lot since then. But past me was very annoyed with the darker side on that game. It kind of is, isn't it? Kind of is Bandicoot-like. There's a lot of sections in that game where it really like walls you off and tries to get you to go a certain way. It does open up in some places, like there's Sand Kingdom, of course, but then you get into like wooded and you're forced to like go through a certain path to get to the story modes. Like, surprisingly, it is railroaded like more than you think. Yeah, there's just not enough Crash Likes for Crash Like to be a term that catches on. If there was more games like this, I think it definitely would catch on. That might be too slow. What? Ah, I pressed up too early. Oh, it's not really a glitch. It's just that the chair hitbox is like slightly bigger than his hitbox, so you can stand on the edge of it. And that has nothing to do with how early I hit him. Like, as soon as he starts the animation of his head nodding over, that's when you can hit him. So it's just really easy to set up, like, hitting it as soon as possible if you're standing right next to him. Oh yes, this still works. Not a bug, though. Yeah, if it wasn't for this orb that follows you around, you could just stand on, like, the edge of his chair the whole fight. Because the boars don't hit you when you do that, and also the little, like, cross on the floor spinning doesn't hurt you. But yeah, basically, whenever the cross, like, reverses direction on the phase 1, and it, like, perfectly lines up with the carpet on the floor, then you can just slap and it'll be really quick every time. All the other faces aren't nearly as clean because there's not like a super... Well, there probably is a setup, I just don't know it. I just only know the first phase setup. I know this ball, once it moves 4 times, you can slap. No. You know, these boars here have like these shields, but these shields are very not helpful for them. Like, you can pretty much stand in front of them with their shield out and still slap them before they hit you. They do make a nice carpet. This is a very nice carpet. Have to admit. And it's also laser proof, you know, like that's not something you see every day. I don't know how I didn't die, but we'll take it. Okay. Don't die immediately. Okay, one more. No, I tried to cheese it, and I got punished by the universe. I'll try to beat it without the cheese. Yeah, I was watching someone, and they got, like, to the end, and they were like, yes, and then they hit the, like, final thing, and they were like, like, I felt so bad for them, because they have been struggling on this level for a while. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, but there is a bug with the final, like, drop-down part. If you slap while you're falling down, the little, I don't know what it's called, like the trail of when you slap gets stuck to your feet. And that just makes it way easier for me to see in the final part. I'm gonna try to do it without abusing it, but that is an option if I get stuck here for a while. But I already did a practice run where I didn't use it at all, so I don't think I'll have to use it, but oh yeah, that's totally fair. Listen, you get into this fight and you're like, oh, this boss has four health, and then you beat them, and then it's phase 2, and then you're like, oh, there's the end, and then there's another surprise. So you get double whammy with this boss. I'm just glad phase 1 is phase 1 and not one of the later phases, because this level would be much more painful if I was trying to do phase 1 later. Because as you saw, I got through phase 2 like pretty easily last time, and then phase 3 in practice I got it first try. So it's really just this first phase, and then there's like a skill check for 2 minutes afterwards. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's funny when you beat a boss and you're like, okay, I'm ready for phase 2, and it's done. It's like, ah, oh, man, it's so easy. I thought there was gonna be more. Never had that with this game, though, I have to say. I will say, I don't think I was tripped out by the fake ending. I'll keep going. I don't think I was tripped out by the fake ending in this level, just because I was already tripped out from phase 1. So I was like, oh, there has to be a phase 3, and there was. Yeah, surprisingly, just this boss has the extra phases. All the other bosses just go down when they say they will. No, I hit his hitbox. Ah. I don't know. I would say phase 1 is like, it is definitely, like, it could definitely stand on its own for a boss fight. It is hard. I think what makes it really hard is how open it is. Like, you don't necessarily have to be standing in like a certain place to live in this phase. So it really feels like hard to be consistent at, because you're just constantly like all over the place in this fight. Even though it is technically like super consistent, because everything happens the same every time. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. But that's what the level after this is for. Ah. Definitely a bruh. I'm just worried I'm gonna get through this, and it's gonna be like 0.1 seconds over the time I need to hit. Because I don't remember how tight this timer is, but I'm pretty slow compared to what you can get. Just because I'm doing it a little safer. Which is why I'm trying to get the faster hits on the first phase, but I only really know that one for being like as soon as possible. The others I just kind of guess when you need to slap. You know what? Fair. Listen, it can't be as bad as this game. Surely if I can get through this game 100% while invisible... whoa, I have no controller. Oh. Oh, did it die? I think it died. Is it worse, though? Is it really worse? Okay, there we go. That was weird. My controller, like, died, but it held a direction when it died. Listen, it's probably really hard, but I don't know if it's harder than this game. Well, tedious and dumb is a whole other thing. I don't doubt that it's tedious and dumb. There's a lot of tedious and dumb games out there. I'm thinking about like Mario Galaxy 2 with the green stars, where like half of them are just like grinding. The other half are pretty interesting, and then just like half of them are just go here, play the level. Okay, play the level again. Okay, play the level again. You know. And then there's the first Galaxy that you had to beat the game twice to 100% it. And pretty much nothing changed except your character you play as. Now I just need to like, I need to lock back in. I'm not really paying attention. Nah, I did so well with that jump for so long. Ah. Oh, I can just double back. Oh, it's so much easier. I'm gonna start doing that. That's so much easier. Ah, I went too early. Duh. I panicked a little bit. Nah, it's probably fine. I probably still have enough time. Maybe. Hopefully. Didn't matter anyway. I don't know why I didn't double back, but it worked out. Ah, man. What? Ah. At least I'm getting better at these first two parts. Oh, I forgot to go to the side. That's on me. think I got this first phase locked down though, which is good. It's just such a long level. That's the real tough part about it. No, slipped off. Ah, I pressed jump one too many times. Come on. Okay. Whew. uh, oh, I can't believe I did that. I gotta know, how close was I? I think it was like 45. I don't think it was close time-wise. Yeah, 45. Oh man, that's not even the hardest one I have left. Uh... Oh, I forgot which button I have to press to get out of here. There we go. Oh, I'm shaking a little bit. Whew. Oh man. 2 more to go. Dark chocolate and cliffhanger. Whew. Well, I don't know if I'll finish either of those today, but I'll at least look at dark chocolate. Entertain the idea. Man. Whew. Messed myself. Messed myself up. This may not be as hard as I'm making it out to be. Whew, nutmeg was something else. I think really the biggest part of this level that's going to be hard is the section with the 3 vultures. And maybe once I get past that, I can just kind of, you know, have blind luck, get past it once, finish the rest of the level. I could see me panicking after I hit that one show. Uh, I thought that maybe that would be it. Hey, what time are they getting off work? Cause I'd love to catch your stream if you're streaming today. Fair enough. I don't know that off the top of my head for my time zone, so I'd have to type it in a calculator here in a second. But I'll see if I can catch it. I had to stop going for that. Oh, fair enough. I don't know how long I'll be streaming. Definitely not 3 more hours. I will definitely be done by then. Uh, but yeah, hopefully I can catch it. Oh yeah, that was so much easier than Nutmeg. Oh man, I was way overblowing that level. Oh man, Nutmeg was like infinitely harder than that. Well, one more to go. And I'm not looking forward to this one. I played this for like 10 minutes at the start of stream, and I was not having a good time with it. So, this may end up being a level that I put down and walk away from if I get too tired. Man, I can't believe that went so well though. I want to catch it because I love this game. I love watching people play it. I love doing things that are way too ridiculous in this game, as you can see. That whole section is just fully blind. Ugh. And so is that section. Oh man. Wow, this level's gonna be awful. Good question. Smile. Uh, no, we're just hanging. It's because this is cliffside, so, you know, cliffs, bats. so blind. Although I will say, that one section where you just can't see anything because you're bouncing off of enemies, and I don't know how to describe what part of the level I'm talking about, but anyway, the part where you go from right to up with the vampires. That part where you can't see anything, that part isn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Because whenever you bounce, you just change the direction you're holding on your control stick. And it kind of just works out, thankfully. It's usually pretty tight, so I'm glad it just kind of works out if you do that. Because if I was having to do like adjustments in midair, that would have been a lot worse. I'm still worried about the sections like right after that where you have to bounce on top of the enemies. Because that section, I know for sure you do have to adjust a little bit. Lost where I was. Now this level, I am not expecting to get the gold on the first try. Because this is probably the tightest timer in the game, not including platformer level, because that doesn't really count, because it's like less than a second long. But if I do get it and it's not gold and it's bronze, I'm just gonna complete the rest of the game and come back to this. Which I don't even know if I'll get a completion on this, because it is rough. Yeah, thankfully that one section, you can just, like, assume you're gonna make it, and you'll just make it. I don't know how to put it to words, but basically, if you change the direction when you hit the ground and there's like a bounce sound, then it just works out, thankfully. And you don't have to do any like mid-air adjustments. Because on some levels you have to adjust, like in Dark Chocolate. And that can make it a lot harder, because to do adjustments in the air, you really have to know where you are. Otherwise you just have to kind of hope that you did it the way you need to. But on this, it seems to just line up regardless. Which probably has to do with the fact that this is a 2D level, so it's probably a lot easier to not get off kilter. But there's the last section where there's 4 vampires you have to jump off of. And unlike the other parts of the level, that you have to slow down. And because you have to slow down, you have to adjust in midair. And that's why those are going to be a problem. But I don't think the rest of it is, surprisingly. I was really expecting this to be like the hardest time trial. But of course I haven't beat it yet, so I'll reserve the right to say it's harder later. Oh, I think my chat died. It did die. Yeah, I love that the hogs just kind of like stare at you. It's funny. I can't remember which level this is on, but there's a level where you can get like above the hog, and it'll still look in your direction. So if you spin around really quickly, it'll like spin around to follow you. I have to remember what level that is, but I love that they just like perfectly stare at you. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's totally fair. Listen, if someone beats this game, I'd say they already have proven themselves. Like, like it's already above and beyond just to beat the final boss of this game. No. I definitely think you can do it. I don't think you'll be able to do it this stream that you're gonna do today, because I'd say you still have a, like, let's see, it took me like 3-ish hours for like the last 4 levels, give or take. I don't think I spent that long on dark chocolate. We'll say like 10 hours probably. You're probably 10 hours away, give or take. Yeah, thankfully you're starting on one that isn't like very like comparatively it's not too bad. The one you're starting on, which is Haunted Lodge. And then everything past that is just like balls to the wall. But I do think you can do it. This is a very consistent game. Like, if you do something, then it'll happen exactly the same way if you do it again every time. So, the cycles really help with that. Yeah, my boyfriend tried playing this game at some point, and man, I really would love for him to finish this game, but I don't want to torture him at the same time. He got all the way he got past Dark Chocolate, which is like that's one of like the 4 like balls to the wall levels. So proud of that he got that far, but he got to Hell's Bells, and then the first jump where you have to do like a short hop, he just could not get past it, and he just kind of left it there and hasn't touched it since. Which, you know, I respect him for getting that far, but and I don't want to push him to do it because this is a hard game, and no one should be forced to play this game. uh, yeah, it was. But yeah, he got pretty far. I think he could do it, maybe. I think he could do it skill-wise. I don't know if he could do it rage-wise, because I don't know if he could handle that level after he already has like he already thinks that it's gonna be hard. He has that mental block. I think he could get past it. He has the skills. I just don't know if he would rage first or not. And I don't want to force him to. Because this is a hard game. No. I mean, it's true. It's so true, though. You can't tell me I'm wrong. I get some sick enjoyment out of it, but, like, I understand this game is hard. Like, it's... People throw around, like, Kaizo to describe games. This is basically Kaizo. At least the very last few levels are. And that kind of difficulty is, like, only a certain kind of person is okay with doing that. Someone who's fine with, like, dying and retrying, like, 200, 300 times. Because not everyone wants to deal with that, and that's fine. I just don't think people who don't want to deal with it should be forced to play. Oh yeah, I think if you stopped now, you have already paid more than enough back, and you're gonna go further, so... Mm. Which one is easier, actually? Because I know nothing about like the difficulty of the Crash games. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Huh. Yeah, and this game is based off of Crash 1, so I guess you could say it's like Crash 0. Well, yeah. I'm not a big fan of AAA games, just because, like, especially, I don't know when the cutoff is, but more recent AAA games are just definitely more for profit than for making a good game. Which, you know, you do you, but I'm not a big fan of like AAA games because there's usually some aspect of it that is hindered by the fact that it is AAA. Yeah, that's sort of like what I mean whenever like the for-profit type thing. They're more interested in people who are gonna like talk about the game and pleasing them, so like journalists and such. So they'll kind of like stray away from gameplay and more focus on like the visuals or the story or uh, like stuff like that. Basically, less video game, more movie type stuff. Because if you're one of those people who are reviewing video games, uh, you know you're doing it for a job, so you gotta go through like 10 video games, and if you're playing a hard game and you get stuck on it, and you're not able to review it, it's just like it's hurting your job more than anything, and I could see that being like very frustrating. Whereas if you have a game that's mostly like a movie, then you can kind of sit back and relax and not do anything. for the whole time you're reviewing it. So I see why reviewers would do that, and then I also see why like big companies would want reviewers to, give them a good score, enjoy the game, etc. But it just ends up being worse for the people who like want gameplay stuff because it kind of just like you can only put so much into developing a game. Some areas have to suffer. So if you're pouring everything into cutscenes and story and all that, some of it's got to come out of gameplay. Which is why I like indie games, because they can really focus on like exactly what they have in mind. Like with this game, there's not a lot of story. It's focused on difficulty. There's no like easy mode for this game, because making an easy mode would take away a lot of dev time. And it's really cool. And I don't think every single AAA game is bad. I just think most of them are mediocre compared to what indie games have done recently. Like, they have some stunning visuals, but you don't necessarily need to have stunning visuals to make a good game. Oh yeah, I don't really watch indie movies, so I've yeah. Yeah, that's fair with the level design thing. It really depends. I think really any game can have like mediocre level design. Even like the AAA ones. Usually it's more consistent with the AAA games just because, you have more people who can look it over, but you can still end up with some stinkers either way. Indie, it's just like the scale can tip a lot harder to one side than the other. Just because you're not having as many people fact check it, so that balancing it out, it doesn't happen as much. But yeah, in general, I just like a lot of the things the indie devs do because they have a lot of freedom to do whatever they want. Plus, they're not as popular, so it feels more impactful to give them love compared to like AAA games. Ah, wasn't thinking. No, it swapped. I think I was in the right spot. It's hard to tell, but... hit the side. Yeah, I play retro games sometimes. The biggest issue for me is just getting my hands on them. But I love playing them. Ah. Oh, that's cool. I think the oldest console I have is a Game Boy. Like the original Game Boy. At least that's the oldest one that I like actively played. I'm trying to think of what I have all for it. I know I have 6 gold coins. Mario World 6 gold coins. Is it Mario World? It's the 6 gold coins game. It's the one with Wario in it for the first time. I remember liking that game a lot. got Yoshi's Island. I had some weird 3D Pac-Man game. Pokemon Red, I think I had. Or was it yellow? May have been yellow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got one of those too, actually. So, I don't know how far back this was, but there was a point where McDonald's had this, like, the Grimace Shake, if you remember. And as part of that whole thing, they actually, like, made a game for the Game Boy. Like, it could run on hardware, basically. It was really cool. And so, at some point, I bought a cartridge from Etsy that that had that game put on it, and it works on hardware, which is really cool. I think that's one of the like coolest games now, just because it's it's like the first Game Boy game in like however I don't know if anyone else has like made Game Boy games far past their prime. I'm sure some indie dev has, but it was just cool, and it was something I scooped up whenever I saw it. Man, I'm getting tired of playing this level, but at the same time, it's the last one. I'd love to at least get a bronze on it before I quit. Because if I got a bronze, I can continue playing the other levels. Because there's 2 other levels I haven't been able to get the tokens on, because you need all the time trials. At least bronze to get the tokens. Hey, how's it going? I'm just here grinding away. Oh yeah, if you want to get all the tokens, you gotta get all the time trials. But thankfully, you only have to get the bronze time. So on this level, that's 19 seconds slower. So much easier than trying to get the actual one. Yeah, it is. It's double worse. So, as the title may suggest, this isn't a totally normal playthrough. Uh, so I've been going through the game only invisible, and this is actually the last time trial that has been completed. But it's really tight on the timer, and also there's a lot of sections where you're over the void, so you can't see your shadow. So it's making it pretty difficult. And I may not end up beating this today if I get annoyed with it. I'm hoping to just randomly luck out and get a fast enough time, but getting a time would be nice too, because then I could just move on and come back to this. Yeah, that's totally fair. Because not only are the time trials required for Hundo, but you have to get the gold skulls for the 100%, which is significantly harder. Some stages it's the same. You know, you beat it, and if you beat it, it's probably going to be gold. Other stages like this one, it's already hard enough to beat it, and then on top of that, you got to get a low time. It's tough. That's the worst part of it. That jump already is really hard, even when you can see. When you can't see, it's totally blind. And even if I do get that jump, I have to react really quickly and turn around. Otherwise, I don't jump off of that plant in time. So, this level is just, it's a piece of work. Which really stinks, because this is the last one we need to do the rest of the game. And I would love to just, like I said, get up bronze on this, just so I could get to the other parts of the game and then come back to it. But it's rough getting through here. I actually don't know if you could get the bronze going the opposite direction, not through the quick path. Maybe you can, I don't know. Maybe I get that a try. Nah, I should just go for this, because I'm going to have to go for the hard path anyway. I might as well spend my time doing the hard path. No, come on. Oh, I think my chat died again. There we go. Most of them are like the general trend for the time trials is the earlier on, the tighter it is, and then the later ones are like more lenient. This is just like the one late stage level that you have to be pretty quick on. And I think it's mostly so that you're forced to take the shorter path up here, because this is like a two-way level. Which I understand. There's also an achievement tied to it, so I guess that has to do with it too. But it's just rough. I started holding right too late. I think I got the slap glitch, actually. We were talking about that earlier. Basically, there's a bug in this game where very, very rarely you just won't be able to slap anymore. Like pressing the button doesn't do anything. It'll reset when you die, and no one's really sure why it happens, even the dev. So we've kind of all like looked at it and we got no idea. So it's just one of the quirks about this game. Come on. Ah, come on. I know I messed up at the end, but I was hoping to get bronze at least. Yeah, see you around. I probably won't be streaming for too much longer. I'll either beat this or I will get tired. I'm getting there. If I don't get in the next like 20, 30 minutes ish, maybe less, maybe more, I'll probably call it there. Do it some other time. Whoa, I think I overshot it. Huh. I don't think I've ever done that before. Meh. So close, but so far. Yeah, too far left. Ah. I'm surprised that counted. Ah, no. Ah. Ah, I thought that was it. Oh man. Ah, so close every time. One moment. It looks like I'm gonna have to call it there. So I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll pick this up later sometime. I don't know. And yeah, see you guys around.